We are live from City Hall River Valley Room.
Good morning. I'd like to call to order the October 11th and 14th meeting of Community and Public Services Committee. I'll start by acknowledging that this place where we are gathered today is the traditional land of Treaty 6 territory. We thank the diverse Indigenous peoples whose ancestors' footsteps have marked this territory for centuries, including the Cree, the Dene, the Saulteaux, the Nakota Sioux, and the Blackfoot peoples. We also acknowledge this as the Métis homeland and the home of the largest concentration of Inuit south of the 60th parallel. This has long been a welcoming place for all peoples who come from around the world to share Edmonton as a home. Together we call upon all of our collective honored traditions and spirits to work in building a great city for today and for future generations. So I'll start with a roll call. First of all, of committee members, Councillor Wright.
Good morning.
Morning. Councillor Tang.
Good morning.
Morning. Councillor Jans.
Good morning.
Morning. Mayor Sohi will be with us later. I believe we are also joined by several of our councillor colleagues. Councillor Stevenson.
Good morning.
Good morning. Councillor Salvador.
Good morning.
Good morning. Councillor Rice.
Good morning.
Good morning, Councillor Principe.
Good morning.
Good morning, and I'm sure we'll be joined by others as the day continues. I will take a motion for adoption of the agenda.
So moved.
Thank you, Councillor Wright. Please vote. I am a yes.
Thank you, Councillor Cartmel. We have all the votes.
Please display the vote. That is carried. Approval of the minutes. Take a motion for approval of the minutes.
So moved.
Thank you, Councillor Jans. Please vote.
We have all the votes.
Please display the vote. That is carried. Protocol items, I am not aware of any. Selection of items for debate. Councillor Jans.
Thank you. So, confirming if we're not already, we'll be continuing. So with 6.1 and 6.2, I'd also like to select 7.1 and 7.2. And I guess, is it required we select 8.1? Or if not, no, then I won't do that. Just checking.
Well, if you don't, I will.
Okay. Done.
Okay. Thank you. Councillor Tang?
Can I just confirm, did Councillor Jan select 8.1?
He did,
Okay.
yes. On behalf of Councillor Knack. Councillor Tang?
7-3.
Thank you. Anyone care to select 7.4? Don't have to? That's fine. Very good. I'll take a motion then for approval of all other items, which would be 7.4.
So moved.
Thank you. Please vote.
We have all the votes.
Please display the vote. That is carried. Request to speak.
Would you like me to read off
Oh,
what
sorry, Madam
the committee
Clerk,
has
yes.
approved?
Please, thank you.
Thank you very much. So the October 14, 2022 Community and Public Services Committee has approved the following public report: 7.4, non-competitive procurement agreements annual update.
Great, thank you. Now we'll move to requests to speak. Now we have requests to speak on item 6.1, but we did hear from speakers and finished hearing from speakers at the previous meeting, which I believe was on September 26th or 27th. So we will no longer be hearing from speakers on item 6.1 or on 6.2. That takes us to item 7.1. I'll take a motion to hear from speakers on 7.1.
So moved.
We need to read the names in, please.
I move that the Community and Public Services Committee hear from the following speakers on 7.1 homelessness and encampment response strategy update. 1, Nadine Shelafu from Edmonton Coalition on Housing and Homelessness in person. Christine Kowalczyk from the Edmonton River Valley Conservation Coalition. Lynn Gannett and Judith Gale from Bear Clan Beaver Hills House, remote. The last 3 folks are remote.
Great, thank you. Please vote on hearing from those speakers.
We have all the votes.
Please display the vote. That is carried. Time specifics on the agenda. With passage of the addenda, we did approve that item 7.3, on-demand transit service delivery model, will be first item of business on the 14th, on Friday. And item 7.4 was not selected for debate, so that time specific will no longer occur. Not hearing any other requests for time specific. Which takes us to continuation then of item 6.1, Farmers Market Update. We did have a conversation in private at the conclusion of the last meeting. So if that conversation needs to continue in private, I would take such a motion. Councillor Janzi exempted this item.
So moved.
So that's a motion to move into private on item 6.1. Please vote. And that would be,
First one, 2 sections.
yeah, I just got to find it.
Under section 24.
24, thank you. Under section 24 of the Freedom of Information and Protection of Privacy Act.
We have all the votes.
Please display the vote. That is carried, so we'll just take a moment while the room is
We are live from River Valley Room.
Thank you. So I will go to Councillor Jans then on item 6.1.
Thank you. I would like to move receipt of information, and I would also like to just speak to it quickly.
There's also a part 2 to that recommendation.
Okay.
And that is that attachment 2 of this report be kept private.
And yes, I move that attachment 2 of the September 26th Financial and Corporate Services Report remain private pursuant to Section 1625 and the Freedom of Information Privacy Protection Act.
Motion is received. Speaking to it.
Great, thank you. I just want to express my gratitude for administration for bringing this together and for helping pull this together. One of the parts I was most excited about in City Plan is the opportunity to grow and expand local food and connect to food and community. I'm really excited about the different opportunities that we have around the city to continue to grow and expand our food and agriculture, and I think this is a great start. So it's something I want to see front of mind as we continue discussing with other partners and talking to the EFCL, talking to other folks in this space, and again, just express my gratitude and thanks for this.
Great, thank you. Anyone else cares to speak to the motion? Anything further, Councillor Jens? Very good. Please vote.
We have all the votes.
Please display the vote. And that is carried. Excellent. Now, that takes us to item 6.2. We had heard from a number of speakers and members of the public at our last meeting. So we're now at questions to administration. And I will start with, I'm going to start with Councillor Tang, because I believe she exempted this item the first time round, and then come to you, Councillor Jens.
Okay, great. Thank you very much. And we have all the delegations here or online?
Well, our staff are just making their way back into the room. If we
Maybe
could just
I'll-
have 1 minute.
No, maybe it was 1 minute.
And I had part of the delegation 2 weeks ago. The delegation included Sarah Schulman, and Dr. Stroshin, Pamela Spurvey, and Dawn Bilodeau, by my notes. So questions to any member of the delegation are appropriate. Okay, do we have everybody with us that ought to be with us? Yes? Yeah? Fantastic. Okay, Councillor Tang, followed by Councillor Jantz.
Great, thank you very much, Councillor Carmel. Yeah, I just want to say how, anyways, first of all, excellent work. This is a massive undertaking, and clearly, you know, it's a full year, lots of different streams of quantitative, qualitative, a lot of people, a lot of hands, a lot of folks involved. And also just really appreciate the opportunity a couple weeks ago now, to hear directly from people firsthand. You know, reading it is one thing, but hearing it from people is quite another. You know, this is a really big project, and I want to start with administration. How did you, in terms of a project coordination, were you able to kind of, you know, coordinate the effort of the different streams of work? For example, were individual teams aware of each other's work? Because I'm noticing even in the lived experience stream, there are very different methodology, different questions being asked, and even different, I would say, outputs. And so I'm just wondering if, you know, I'm mindful of the audit, just in terms of the disjointedness of currently of our housing and homeless approach. Are you finding this was an opportunity to make sure that it is more connected and coordinated?
Thank you very much for the question, Councillor Tang. You know, I think that the main drive here was to get a diversity of voices and a diversity way of thinking about something that is a very complex challenge. And the approach in terms of bringing together different aspects, whether it be jurisdictional scan, individuals with lived experience, additional methodology and poverty, is recognizing that there are many, many different ways to look at this challenge. And so this is the moment when we've been able to bring all of that together to reflect on what does this mean holistically, and there certainly are some very strong themes coming forward, and there also are novel approaches and novel ideas that we can look into. And so that's what the next phase of this initiative is about, is bringing all of those thoughts together, bringing those ideas together, thinking about what they look like holistically, so that we can provide the affordable housing strategy next year as a reflection of all those diverse voices.
Okay, and this question is to Dr. Schulman. And, you know, I guess it's not a surprise, but I think my primary interest in this pretty massive report is around the lived experience, also as we heard so strongly last time. I guess to Dr. Schulman, you know, you have 3 research questions that are quite different from the 12 that was used in the Poverty report. I'm wondering if you can tell us a little bit about how your research questions influence or direct your ethnography and potential future opportunities.
Yes.
Is she?
Thanks,
Okay, there you go.
Yeah, I am. Yes, thank you for the question. So yeah, when we came into this research, we started by trying to understand what are some of the dominant assumptions and ideologies around housing, and how can we use this opportunity with folks with living and lived experience to challenge some of those, or to really understand from their perspective what's going on. So our questions didn't take as the starting point that affordability was necessarily the dominant challenge. It took how are people experiencing housing and home, and recognizing that we often conflate the language of house and home, but they're distinct things. You know, what is a good outcome for folks? So our methodology is really predicated on how do we work backwards from the things that people really value, the outcomes that matter to them. How do we learn what that looks like? And then how do we figure out what are some of the enablers and barriers to those things? And how can people have some agency and control in these processes? And so our questions were really oriented towards trying to get that holistic view of folks, trying to understand the context that people are situated in, not assuming what the problem was, and being able to do some of that problem reframing with them.
Great, thank you so much. And you referenced quite a bit the well-being framework, but would you say that's kind of the broader framework that guided your methods?
It is. We've really had the pleasure of working alongside the City of Edmonton over the last many years to develop the well-being framework, and this recognition that what does it look like to put well-being at the heart of all policy areas, whether it's housing policy or encampment policy or whatever the issue du jour is. How do we understand that well-being is at the heart and soul of what folks in a community are looking for? And again, how do we work backwards from that? So we use that as one framework to test, again, not making the assumption that the research we had done before was necessarily still accurate. But really, when we used the well-being framework, we found some really similar conclusions that folks can currently value things, that they want both a sense of respect and meaning and purpose and spirituality and health and well-being. Yeah.
Thank you. I'm out of time, and I'll come back.
Thank you, Councillor Jens. Okay. Mayor Sohi.
Yeah, thank you so much. First of all, really appreciate the excellent work that has been done and all the time and effort going into it. I am really concerned about our preparedness to meet this challenge. You're talking about 60,000 households who would be in core housing need by 2026 and continue to grow. So my questions are around readiness. All the money that we had allocated as a city, that has been exhausted, right? We don't have any additional resources available.
Yes, more or less. Almost all the funding that was allocated in the last 4-year cycle, both through capital and operating, has been committed to projects at this point.
Right. And there will be additional resources made available by the federal government. We don't know the scope yet or the magnitude, but how would we be ready to tap into that? Because that will be conditional funding, or probably matching funding, right? So we don't have resources moving forward into the next budget cycle other than an unfunded service package that we will bring forward. If we are unable to get that, then are we looking at losing some opportunities? What are the choices we would have?
You have framed it correctly, that the way the federal government does the Rapid Housing Initiative, for example, does require partners to come to the table with funds.
Yeah.
And that's why the unfunded service packages will be coming forward for budget 2023-26 deliberation.
Yeah. So even the strategy is coming next year, and for budget is going to be tight. I'm just trying to understand what are the options available to us. Like if you come with unfunded service package, we can discuss, debate at that time. But is this going to be capital cost? Is it going to be operational cost? Is it can be funded through pay as you go, which is part of the capital? Like what are the options you're looking at?
Well, the way that the investment plan is framed, it is a mix of operating and capital, and that's because different types of funding are required to support different strategies or programs under our investment plan. So, for example, surplus school site development and supportive housing are usually funded with capital because the city is acquiring sites upfront or investing in prepping those sites for development. So there's capital costs associated with things like that. But then then a lot of our funding is also administered via third parties. So we fund nonprofits to build, and that has to be operating grants.
Yeah. Well, are you going to give us some options then? Like these could be the potential funding sources as part of unfunded service package? Or you don't know that?
Yeah, I believe that's a conversation to have with finance in terms of the sources of those.
Okay, got it. And there's also uncertainty about where province is going with their housing strategy. They're going to be, what I heard from Minister Pond when I met with her in Calgary, that there would not be any loss of current affordable housing, but what are their plans to grow? Because meeting the current demand, good, appreciate, but how do we meet with the growing demand, particularly for those who are renters and core housing need? Do we have any sense where province is heading? Because they're big partners in this. They're big players. This is their core responsibility of housing is their responsibility and federal responsibility, and we contribute to it. Do we have any sense where it's going, province is going?
It's a great question. I think we've seen, in particularly as of late, in recent announcements, certainly an interest from the province in housing with the release of the task force report in playing in this game. And I think that what the city can do is be prepared, be ready to be at the table, as ready as possible to take advantage of whatever opportunities might come up, whether those are at the provincial or at the federal level. We continue to advocate at all levels of jurisdictions for funding for City of Edmonton, and some of the work that we've seen here in the strategy helps us to articulate specifically what's that need so we can attract as much funding and program support as possible.
So you said you want to be ready, so we'll be ready? We'll be
I think one of the advantages, and Crystal certainly could expand on this, but one of our advantages in the last 4 years, which allowed us to create more affordable housing than we had in the previous decade, was actually having that upfront capital available to be able to respond to whatever opportunities may arise, and the flexibility within that to be able to pivot.
Thank you. And again, thank you for your work. I might keep going for a second, and we'll see how it goes. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Wright?
Thank you very much. Ms. Spurvey, I think you're on the line, aren't you? Yes. Hi. Just from your presentation at our last meeting on the 27th, you had talked about high staff turnover causing people to fall through the cracks. And I'm just wondering, if we did get the funding available for more housing options, what else do we need to make sure that people don't fall through the cracks?
You know, as someone that works out, you know, I go and I do inner city work, and I go to the encampments and stuff, and a lot of the people that I talk to, it's just, there's so much inconsistency, right? And I think the biggest thing that I see is just those frontline staff just need the education and the training and appreciation up here. Like, you know, you're working with a very difficult population, right? And there's lots of stuff going on, and that's a lot for a person doing in a big caseload. So, you know, I mean, minimum wage, if you're coming in and you're making $15 an hour, I don't know how much people really want to invest into what they're doing, right? So maybe some education, you know, a lot of stuff around vicarious trauma and stuff happens when myself, even being a frontline worker, you know, after I go to the encampments and hand out supplies for the day, I go back to the office and I have a little cry, and I have to debrief with someone because there's just so much that I'm seeing, right? So I just think a stronger support system for the frontline staff and what they're doing would be, I think would make a big difference.
Yeah, I can definitely see how that would be emotionally draining, for sure. And funding for that support, that training, where would you look to for that?
You know, that's one thing that is probably out of my jurisdiction for sure, right? But I mean, I know even having people with living experience come and sharing what they're going through, or hearing these stories, might help them actually understand, you know, to help us stay out of our own personal biases. But, you know, having, you know, interpersonal training and, you know, motivational interviewing and knowing how to be culturally sensitive and all of these things. You know, I know there's a lot of stuff that could be free online. You know, I know in Alberta Health Services, where I work as a person with lived experience, we have a lot of different training that's offered to us. But some of these nonprofits, I understand it can be a little more difficult to get that in. So, you know, maybe a little bit of a support system for them, and having these trainings being offered to these nonprofit agencies might be something that they need.
So perhaps working with AHS to see if they could share these training modules with
the
other organizations?
100%, right? The more we collaborate together and stop working in silos, the more that we are going to work better, we're stronger together for, you know, for the people that need us. So, I mean, you know, maybe a conversation with Alberta Health Services and opening up those online trainings to people, or, you know, making, you know, more safe places for them to debrief after having, you know, a difficult day. Like, it's really difficult for me as someone with lived experience to know what is needed. But I just know, like, for myself, the reason I stay clean and sober is because I do self-care, and it's because I see a psychologist, and I, you know, and I go to recovery meetings, and I have a sponsor. And so, you know, for me, self-care is a no-brainer. But sometimes, you know, we forget to take care of ourselves because we're so busy trying to take care of others. And so how do we take care of those ones that are working so hard with our frontline people? And so I don't know if there's any easy answer for that.
Whoops, I'm sure that it is quite a complex issue. So thank you very much for your comments, and I'll yield the rest of my time.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Stevens.
Yes, thank you so much, and thanks to the team for the fantastic work on this. It's incredibly exciting to see it come together. Apologies for my special guest today. I'm going to try to keep it to 2 rounds, so I'll move through fairly quickly. Just so the foundational elements, fantastic starting point. So much great discourse there. I noticed that, you know, there's strong wording around housing being fundamental to human dignity, but it stopped short of talking about housing as a human right. Just wondering if that was a conscious choice or what the discussions were around that aspect.
Housing as a human right isn't within the jurisdiction of the municipality to declare.
Well, I think in the report that we're speaking about next, I think it speaks to some municipalities across Canada that have taken that approach, or I think made that declaration.
There's certainly a group of folks that are meeting nationally, Councillor Stevenson, to discuss how to bring to life the commitment that's been made by the federal government to embrace a housing or a human rights-based approach to housing. But I think even that piece of federal legislation stops short of like codifying that as a human right. And so I think that a lot of people are exploring what a human rights-based approach looks like in the absence of like a very clear legislation framework around that. But I'm not aware of any municipalities that have categorically declared it as a human right.
Oh, okay. So that's maybe more the appropriate wording that we recognize, you know, Anyway, is there maybe stronger wording that could be added around that speaks to our commitment to exploring that as an avenue, or at least, recognizing that that's sort of the starting point?
I think that would be adopting that would need to be sort of like a policy decision and direction that comes from council. And to be honest, right now we're still sort of fleshing out what exactly that looks like. That there has been some work done absolutely around like a human rights-based protocol to encampments, for example, but I've not seen similar protocols to it necessarily around affordable housing. And so I think depending on the context, there might be more or less work that would need to be done on the admin side of things to help help council understand what the implications of something like that would mean prior to a decision being made.
Great. Yeah, I mean, I think that's a conversation that's worth continuing to have, and appreciate the complexities around that. You know, also just reflecting on some of the feedback that came through our speakers and from the research as well. It's really talking that idea of, turning a house into a home. And I noted in the foundational elements, there wasn't necessarily anything that I felt, and I may have missed something, but really capturing that idea of this being an empowering process, that it is about creating home, creating connection. Is that something that the team might be considering?
I think the way that connects into the foundational elements is around that context around supports. Not to say that, and maybe that's not wholesome enough, but I think, and to go back to Councillor Tang's earlier question too, like the strategy, we're challenged because we have to think about things from like a system structure. We need 60,000 units housing to all the way down to what is the experience of an individual person interacting with or not interacting with the housing system in Edmonton. And so it's a really broad scale. So I would anticipate that we would see strategies that relate to how we can support people in homing, as the In With Forward report so eloquently put it, under the umbrella of those overarching goals. That's certainly something we'll explore during the strategy development phase.
Great. Yeah, I'd love to see that reflected in there. And again, that sense of, the supports being about empowering people. And then, homing is a great one as well. So then shifting into some of the more practical, concrete things, I found the analysis of sort of, what 30% of income looks like when it's translated into rent and what our average rental rates are. Have we sort of back analyze that into understanding whether our 80% of market threshold is helping to meet that affordability gap? Like, is that 80% the right one? And just, yeah, so how we kind of take those findings and then translate them into our policy standards, I guess.
So the 80% of market is a minimum target that we set to define, like to say that essentially we won't consider it affordable housing if it's not at least that the rent isn't at least 80% below market. But it's not it's certainly not what we strive for in terms of aspirational goals. We try to encourage our providers to go further, and that's the further they go, the more likely they are to be successful under our grant programs. But we do think that there are people experiencing housing need in Edmonton that are served well by that 80% of market, although we also, as the report notes, know that the big gap is in the deep subsidy space.
Yeah, well, I think that's really, I think that that's really worth nailing down, because I was actually surprised at how small the affordability gap was in some instances, and it did seem like 80% was a good, anyway, I will come around for another round, but thank you so much.
Thank you. So I'd like to take a turn, and correct me where I'm wrong here. I'm looking at attachment 1, the housing needs assessment, and we talk about this. So I got two thoughts in my mind. We're talking about a need for 60,000 units by 2026, right? And in my mind, I've got this, in trying to understand this, I'm trying to understand the spectrum of providers. And at one end, we've got market housing, and then near market, which I would put home ed into as an example, and probably the best example. And I heard you to say, Ms. Kajener, that 80% of market is more or less the upper end of what we would call near market affordable, that it should be 70 or 60 or 50% of market to be affordable. Is that fair?
Yeah, I think what we've seen is the larger number of households in need is at that deeper subsidy level, so lower, much lower than 80% below market.
Right. So housing that's available at 80% of market is helpful, but it's not the big answer.
Yeah, it's absolutely helpful for households that are earning a certain income that still can't access market housing.
Peels off a bit of a slice of this 60,000.
That's correct.
Is that fair? Okay.
Yes.
So I'm also, in my own mind, imagining that there's sort of this sliding scale, if you will, of supports. So at the very way at the other end, we've got. My wife always tells me I should stop talking with my hands. At the other end, we've got Homeward Trust, which I think is that deeply subsidized sort of maximum support level housing. It doesn't discreetly fall off at some point where there's no longer supports needed in sort of that middle range of deep subsidy, where you're not quite the highest subsidy and in the most supportive housing, but you're not quite at that 80% either.
That's correct, Councillor Carmel, and I would argue that everybody needs supports to access and maintain housing, including you or I, but the difference is that we can access mainstream supports because we don't have other barriers to accessing those supports.
I can go get a mortgage, or
Exactly.
I can talk to my father-in-law, yeah.
Exactly, and we know that although supports are absolutely necessary for people, often absolutely necessary for people who are exiting homelessness, in general, people who are living in affordable housing may face barriers that contribute to their lower income levels that also inhibit their ability to access mainstream supports. And so that's been a big conversation in the housing sector in the last, several decades probably, but around how do we provide better support to people in affordable housing, not just outside of specific supportive housing as well.
Right. So is that a fair sort of analogy that there's a significant amount of support required at one end, and that diminishes as you get to the other end of this continuum of housing agencies, or this continuum of housing types or styles or categories? I'm not sure quite what the best language is to use there.
More or less, that's the way the system is designed currently, but that's something that probably, one of the reason we adopted the focus on supports and the foundational elements is because we're appreciating that conversation has probably been too one-dimensional, and it needs to be, we need to think more broadly about how does affordable housing support people to be successful and to thrive.
So I hate to do too much categorization here, but we heard from a lot of people 2 weeks ago. Do those experiences that are related to us that outline some systemic gaps or, perhaps, some systemic adjustments that ought to be made. Does that skew more to the very highly supportive housing arrangements, or is it across the spectrum? Like, what did you hear, I guess?
Councillor, I think there is some nuance, because when we're talking about supports and a sort of a linear continuum, it doesn't always work that way. That, for example, the larger families who need larger units might require an entirely different set of supports that we might provide someone in supportive housing.
And some families earn higher incomes, but they need more bedrooms, and the national occupancy standards, as you read in the report, runs up against that, right? So there's examples of barriers at the higher income levels also.
Yeah, so I mean, it's, because I think we draw the charts that way, in a way, right? Where we say near market and then not so near market and then not at all market, and, high support, less support, maybe not very much support. When we talk about these various approaches, or when we talk about discrete projects that we might support or not support. So I'm looking for a better map.
And I think that the strategy can help, the refresh strategy can help to start to capture that, especially with the emphasis on supports, because the city does provide, outside of our work around supportive housing, we are engaged in supports and other, areas of affordable housing. Like one example would be our branch has social workers that are embedded in Savita developments and do community building social work in those developments every single day. But it's maybe not something up front and center in council reports, because we're not often talking about that, but it's certainly something we can capture and think about how to iterate on through the strategy as well.
Thank you. Councillor Salvador.
Yeah, thank you so much. So I just actually want to loop back to some of the questions that Councillor Tang was asking to In With Forward, but I actually want to go to End Poverty Edmonton. Someone from End Poverty Edmonton is here, correct?
Sure. Hi.
Okay, excellent. Hello. Yeah, so, recognizing that there were sort of these two parallel bodies of work that were being done, In With Forward and Poverty Edmonton, I guess two questions. Wondering, were you aware of one another's work, the different research questions and methods that were being used? And as a secondary to that, do you think there would be value in reconciling those two streams and being able to see, the different lived experiences that were reflected in that work, where they converge, where they diverge? Yeah, I'll start with that one.
Thanks. Great questions. I wasn't actually aware that another critical ethnographer was working in that we were using the same questions or framework. And eventually, when I saw the two reports, I was actually excited because I felt like Sarah and I both looked at the same problem from different angles. So from End Poverty Edmonton's point of view, we focused on empowering the participants and also giving broad questions. So for example, tell us your personal stories. So it wasn't like we went out with questions without wanting to empower the participants. So it was very broad. We set out to let the participants share their personal stories, experiences, and also what were some of the challenges they were encountering in the system. And we wanted the solution also to come from the participants, not from us making recommendations, because it was important that we bring all of the multiple voices together as a collective and also as individuals. So, for example, our themes that emerged and cuts across all of the participants were affordability, accessibility, availability, stigmatization, rehabilitation, and also consistently landlords and maintenance issues. That was one of the biggest challenges they all talked about. Like landlords had so much power over them, and they don't have power at all. So one of the recommendations was actually to bring in advocates for some of the residents as well. And as Pamela was talking today, as she was talking about Alberta Health Services, I thought, because my background is in healthcare, that one of the things that was well done in Alberta Health Services was to have patient navigators, especially for breast cancer for women. And that module worked really well. So maybe that's a module to consider in housing as well, so that they have navigators to support the caseworkers and peer supporters. I do know that they have peer supporters, but also somebody to help them navigate the silos in the systems, because based on the emerging themes, the recurrent themes, like Tim said, they were mostly systemic challenges and problems. And also the solutions that the participants offered were mostly based on systemic solutions. So it's hard when you're already grappling with marginal circumstances to now also be contending with systemic challenges. That just adds additional challenges for most of the participants. So.
Yeah, absolutely. And I really appreciate that answer. And I appreciate your reference to sort of systems navigators as well, recognizing how challenging and complex this space can be. And I guess it also brings me to a secondary question. There were a number of solutions that were included as part of the report as well. And I see a lot of those solutions as really exciting, but also quite large undertakings, and trying to wrap my head around, where to start, and recognizing I only have 30 seconds. So I'm going to try to be aware of my time. If you could as well, that would be great.
So when you say where to start, are you asking me where to start? I guess where to start is where we're starting right now, lived experience. I was really happy that the city pulled in lived experience into this project, and also the opportunity to present before the mayor and the city councillors. That to me, it's a good starting place. That's very promising. Thank you.
Fantastic. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Starting the second round then, Councillor Tang.
Thank you so much, Dr. Strohstein. Sorry.
Yeah, that's a hard name. It's a German name.
Thank you so much for all those comments. That actually, I am curious. Is that part of the consideration for the next phase? Is kind of bring all those streams of work, quantitative and qualitative, in the same room, and to see where they converge and diverge, not only in those two lived experience, but with other pieces, including the stakeholder interviews.
That's correct, Councillor. When we considered the data and evidence for a project like this, we had to think about those with lived and living experience, those who serve those with lived and living experience, as well as the quantitative data and what that says about the need.
Mm-hmm. Just even that piece around the housing navigators, it's reminiscent of the housing doula prototype mentioned in the In With Forward, which is reminiscent of some of the work we've done few years ago with Recover, and I think there's some validation there too around what I read in the stakeholder interviews. Just coming back to In With Forward a bit, I'm hearing an emergence, and I think I read it in these two narratives. And at first, I was wondering if you can comment a little bit around these 13 priority population framework. You didn't use that framework. You instead came up with segments. So can you tell me why you took that approach and how that might affect social innovation and design thinking?
Yeah, absolutely. When we were first tasked with doing this work, there were 13 what were called vulnerable population groups. That was the language used at the time, which are these broad categories, things like single moms, seniors. And what we find when we do design research is there is as much heterogeneity or diversity within a large demographic grouping as there is between them. And so really if you want to design solutions with people, we need to understand what motivates people, what their aspirations are, what resources are required. And so we can regroup people rather than by their deficits or by risk factors, rather than the labels that systems attach to people. We can try and understand what people are looking for and group them accordingly. And so we used a segmentation framework in our report and came up with over 6 different segments. So for instance, the power fugitives is a segment. These are folks that have long histories of being in relationships where the power dynamic is unequal, and that's often what's perpetuating their houselessness. And then they find themselves in systems, in permanent supportive housing or in other housing conditions where there continues to be power over them, whether that's through workers or through landlords. And so it replicates that dynamic, and they're ultimately unsuccessful in their housing placements. So really understanding a group of people for whom power plays out in a certain way can help us understand the nature of some solutions with them.
Yeah, that's interesting. And what I'm also hearing too is how people see themselves versus how higher orders of maybe government or institutions see them. So do you know of other perhaps municipalities or organizations that have kind of started to change this framing of how they view people?
Yeah, I mean, there are certainly examples of a range of governments that are using segmentation principles. The Australian government uses it in their tax system. The Dutch government uses it in designing services for new immigrants and families. So there are examples of jurisdictions that recognize, again, it's not either or. Demographics are useful for understanding the nature of a problem, but they're not so useful in understanding the nature of solutions. And so if we really want to find solutions that are attractive and compelling and impactful for folks, we need to understand how they see themselves. And you can use these methods to great effect for that.
That's interesting. And I'm just gonna, go on the stream of sort of this dichotomy of narratives that I'm seeing surfacing. We've talked just even now a lot about supply and demand, whereas your research is really focusing on well-being and flourishing lives. Do you know of other research in Canada that approaches the current lack of housing in ways similar to kind of your framing?
There is certainly other research happening in BC. There's some work in Montreal around the right to the city that I think is really commensurate with this approach. But yes, I mean, we even noticed it with all the media coverage after folks spoke a couple of weeks ago, this need to kind of contort people's stories back into a pretty simplistic narrative of just supply and demand. It's a yes and. It's supply and demand, and it's also that people need a greater sense of respect and meaning and purpose in order for that housing to work for them.
Yeah, and I'll come back just to follow up on that piece for my third round. Thank you.
Thank you. Mayor Sohi.
Yeah, thank you. So this is our opportunity to give some input into the strategy, right? And so I'll start by asking some questions. Don't you think that we need to shift our thinking that we see affordable housing as core infrastructure, that the way we see transportation infrastructure, that the way we see rec centers being built, or neighborhood renewal, or and the way we build fire halls, police stations. So affordable housing continues to grow as our population grows, right? Is that what you're looking at as part of the strategy? Shifting that thinking and really embedding that we need to have ongoing investments, not kind of ad hoc investments, not just city, but also the way we work with the province and federal government for transportation infrastructure, for example, LRT expansion. Is that what we're looking at as part of the strategy?
Thank you for the comment and question. I think you're right on. We talk a lot about housing, affordable housing being social infrastructure, taking the city's lead in terms of ensuring that that's in all neighborhoods and available to all Edmontonians, recognizing that anybody might find themselves in a situation where they require affordable housing and that they shouldn't have to leave their communities to do so.
Yeah, not just within the neighborhood, but as a strategy, long-term plan. We never stop building roads. We never stop building LRT. We never stop building fire halls and recreation centers, but we tend to stop building affordable housing, not just us, but every order of government. So that's what I'm thinking, shifting in our approach. And also potential to work with the private sector, not only retaining kind of market affordability, but also possibility for conversion of surplus commercial sites or office spaces. Are we looking that as part of the strategy?
Yes, Mayor Sohi, we are considering that conversion question in particular and looking at whether it makes sense to have a stream under our AHIP grant related to conversions. And more broadly speaking, we also have a bunch of work underway right now around affordable housing contributions by industry. And so that's part of a broader conversation that we're having with industry around how do we look at options to replace the former policy that we used to have on the books, the 585 or C582, which was our developer-sponsored affordable housing policy that was repealed 2 years ago, or a year and a bit ago.
And my third input is around including the voices of those who need the support the most. Indigenous communities, racialized communities, people with disabilities. Are we going to be having specific focus? I know you talked about Indigenous housing strategy. Are we going to be looking at how do we accommodate the needs of people with disabilities, accessibility part of that, right? Is that we're working, is that going to be significant part of the strategy going forward?
Yes, in short, yes. I mean, it goes back to that question around individuals absolutely don't necessarily identify with a big demographic group, but we also know if a group of people can systematically not access affordable housing, we need to look at why that is and why the housing isn't working for that group of folks. And so it's taking a both and approach to that. So there's some groups where we know, like the Indigenous-led affordable housing strategy, we've done a lot of work to understand and unpack what barriers might exist there. And I think we're going to need to look at that for different groups because, like, for example, people with disabilities, that's been accessible housing, that has been a bit of a tougher nut to crack because we hear conflicting opinions between providers and advocates around demand and supply. And so I think that is something, for example, you could see coming out in this strategy would be an objective around working out on a specific strategy related to that.
Okay. And the following up on some of the other questions around deep subsidy, supportive housing, those are immediate needs. Are we, over the next 4 years, as we develop our budget, is that where we are focusing the most attention? Or I don't know, is that, what the strategy going to look like on that?
So the way that we've designed the affordable housing investment plan is that it's flexible, but it does have some priority areas. So for sure, supportive housing continues to be a strong focus in that investment plan. And then we also have, but then our other grant programs are more flexible. So they're about providing grants to providers, or they provide land, and there's an opportunity for us to fine-tune that to align with the strategy as we go. So if there is a group, I could easily see the strategy recommending prioritizing certain types of housing that we are seeing being missed through our existing resources or programs. And so I think that it's sort of, it's both. Like that's certainly, supportive housing will stay a focus, and then as the strategy is refined, we can adjust those other programs to ensure that anything else that needs to adjusts in time.
Yeah. Okay, good. We'll have some other ideas. We'll share that through the office. Thank you so much. Again, so much work you've done. Thank you. I really appreciate the leadership that all of you are providing. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Stevenson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thanks for the conversation. So yeah, just moving on to some of the more details. So I appreciated Mayor Sohi's comments just around, so objective 1, enabling the development of affordable housing. So hearing that that's going to be considered quite broadly in terms of some of the repurposing or conversion of different buildings. I'm wondering though if we've gone so far as to potentially consider moving into the space of rent supplements rather than capital builds, just recognizing that this isn't something we can build our way out of. I don't think 60,000 units in 4 years is not something I think we can reasonably accomplish. So just wondering if there's been an analysis of sort of cost benefit of again, looking at maybe just those rent supplements, which I think can go a much longer way and is also supported by what we hear in the research in terms of what people want most, which is the transportable rent supports.
Thanks for the question, Councillor Stevenson. There's no question that rent subsidies need to be an important part of the solution package for people experiencing core housing need. In the past, we haven't defined that as a city's space necessarily for a number of reasons. One is just across Canada, traditionally municipalities have mostly been involved through the provision of land and or some limited grants. We're not well set up to administer rent subsidies because we don't have access to social services data or income data the same way that the CRA or the GOA might have through its tax collection or through its social ministries. And so we have administered them in a small scale. And then I guess the third thing would be just on an ongoing operating side of things. It's hard. Rent subsidies are only effective if they're continued indefinitely, usually if they're continuous, right, and ongoing and permanent. And that hasn't been, financially the position that the city's been in to wide scale support those in the past. We have put forward, income redistribution is often seen for that same reason, to be the purview of the province.
Yeah, well, yeah, and I appreciate some of the hesitations, or again, sort of the lack of time, but just trying to think about, again, how do we get the biggest impact for the dollars that we're spending? And I'm just not sure that capital is the way to do that, particularly for the near market. Deep subsidy, absolutely, those have special design considerations. Investing in the capital is really critical. But again, maybe looking at, again, is it, instead of a rent supplement, is it a tax break for landlords to pass on to their tenants? So maybe just some looking for some further thinking about that in the strategy. Do you think that that will be a consideration, or is that door firmly closed?
It's certainly something that we can look at. There's no question, and maybe it comes through in terms of like advocacy, because the one thing I will say is that the effectiveness of rent subsidies is limited in a province where there is no rent or protections around raising rent. And what we've seen is that often when people are provided a subsidy, there's been cases where obviously then their rents increase commensurate to their income increasing as well.
Absolutely.
And so we'd want to make sure that there's adequate protections in place so that it does have its intended and desired effect. So maybe I think that is something we can look at in the strategy, not necessarily with a view to the city engaging in the provision of rent supplements in a big way, but looking at what would need to be in place for a successful to more successfully use them. And then the one other point I just wanted to make too is, while the rent subsidies are for sure extremely important and they provide a lot of choice and options for folks, they're not in alone a solution without considering the supply piece. And we see this in jurisdictions across Canada right now where housing demand can change overnight, and that's happened in Alberta also in the past, where we go from having a 6% vacancy to a 0% vacancy.
I'm just mindful of
Sure,
my
no
time.
problem.
Sorry, yeah. But no, absolutely hear that. I think that, again, it's really hard when we're talking about affordability, recognizing that we've had huge rental spikes in the past as well, and we have very few tools to control that. But I think broadening our thinking, considering again, maybe, because again, I think that we could increase supply significantly if we gave rent supplements to affordable housing providers who could, like, again, nonprofit, who could purchase apartments potentially. But anyway, appreciate that that's going to be sort of within the realm of thinking. I think an advocacy strategy is also a good outcome. And maybe just to that point as well, in the jurisdictional scan, it really highlighted my mind in terms of many of the different strategies that transcend sort of just the housing group at the city across different housing branch. So peace officers, safety codes, transit, climate, zoning. So how are we creating a corporate-wide ethic of affordable housing to support that in all of the work that we do? Is that part of the strategy?
Yeah, absolutely. So we did do a lot of internal cross-corporate engagement to develop the products that you see today. And going forward, as we head into that strategy development phase, there will be a cross-corporate group or working group that looks at strategies that apply to all aspects of the city's operation. We're not just thinking about our team, we're thinking about the city of Edmonton as a whole.
Awesome. Great to hear that. Thank you so much. Maybe a couple more to go, but thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Wright.
Yes, okay. I'm just wondering, how realistic is the 80% of below market? Like, so for a 4-bedroom, what's market rent?
Is Mr. Osmond on the call and might be able to speak to that? I don't know if we have I don't have that at my fingertips, Councillor Wright, but we can get that for you.
Okay, because I'm just wondering, like in attachment 1 where it talks about 50% of those earning between 45 and 70,000 would need access to 4 bedrooms or more. Again, I'm just, I'm thinking, I don't know, $2,000 a month for a 4-bedroom. Or more. So what else? And I'm looking, I think it's, federally they're looking at 30% of your income should be going to housing costs, so not just rent, but utilities and everything like that. Is there some other way that we could make it more affordable by directing I don't know, developers, you spoke about policy 582 for them to provide more sort of a mixed market housing opportunities for people?
Well, certainly that's what we're exploring through that work. Like, I think it's premature to suggest what those solutions could look like, but that is the conversation that we're hoping to have with industry and to see what other pinch points and pain points exist for them in making market housing more affordable, right? Because we know that there's issues with things like, you know, requirements that are in the building code that might drive up the cost of construction, and maybe there's a different way to think about dealing with that. But often, well, building code is regulated by the province, so but that's certainly what we're trying to unpack when it comes to the market supply. The other piece I just wanted to note too is there aren't a lot of 4-bedroom, units available for rent, and that's part of the challenge. I think is that it's difficult not only to afford a unit like that, but it's also challenging to find the unit to begin with, because that is just a supply gap. And so certainly one of the takeaways that we take from this needs assessment is that we need to focus as much as we can on those households with very low incomes, and then the households earning below median with larger families. Like, those are the two big gaps that we're seeing in Edmonton relative to other places.
Okay. And so with the lower incomes, like you mentioned the building codes there, that does not include like accessible housing, correct? Like, that would be above and beyond what standard building codes are.
Well, the building code does maintain some requirements for accessibility in like commercial and institutional buildings and that sort of thing. And there's also basic parameters of accessibility, I'm sure, that would apply to the residential building code. But it's, when we're talking about people with disabilities, it could be a broad range of needs. It's not necessarily requiring full universal design. It's not designing things with aging in mind necessarily. So those are all sort of strategies that would need to come from a policy lens on the city side of things, and we'd be exploring options for that as part of that cross-corporate solution, if that makes sense.
So it's not just physical disabilities where you might need a wider hallway or something like that. That would be in the building code, correct?
Yes, and like some, I mean, Councillor Carmel's, I'm like, is any colleagues from IIS here? Usually, though, the accessibility is institutional, commercial, public spaces, right? Residential, it's less, there's much less requirements around that because it's a private space.
Okay. But then there's other disabilities as well, like if there's any other mental or emotional.
Totally, and we talk with groups all the time that represent segments of the population that experience, like, it's defined by CMHC as or Census Canada as psychosocial disabilities, but people might be experiencing addiction or mental health issues. We've met with parents of who have adult children with autism and explain that they have different housing needs, and so there's a lot of, everybody's an individual, as a lot of the research will show you, has shown in this lived experience research, that we need a wide range of solutions so that people have options and have choices. And so that's what we're hoping the strategy development work is going to try and be as multifaceted as it can be, while also prioritizing what council has asked us to prioritize.
Okay, thank you very much. I'll yield the rest of my time.
Thank you, Councillor Jans.
Thank you. Has the City of Edmonton ever taken an advocacy position in favor of rent control?
Not well since I've worked here, at least not in the last 10 years.
Yeah. Do we have an advocacy position or things we've been advocating for in terms of rights for renters?
No, we have not done that no, we don't currently have that, no.
And 37% of Edmontonians rent, that's correct? 37, is it 37%? That's the number I thought I saw. Yeah.
I don't know.
Just 37% of
37% of Edmontonians are renters.
Oh, are renters. Okay.
I believe. Could I look to admin?
Yeah, let me get that for you. I don't know. I think that sounds high to me, but let me get that number for you.
I was wondering about the contemplation of mandatory housing affordability, such as in Seattle, where a percentage from each project goes to each development project goes towards housing bonusing. Is that being contemplated as resourcing this strategy, or is that going to be a subsequent report later?
Yeah, that's the subsequent report later. We're working currently in early stages of a project with the development industry on affordable housing contributions.
Right.
That report will come next year.
Okay. I thought it was due this year, though. What was the delay?
Just because there's a lot of engagement happening right now with industry around the zoning bylaw renewal and the complete rewrite of the zoning bylaw, we adjusted our engagement framework just to make sure that we weren't overly burdening industry with excessive engagement at this point.
Okay, yeah. It appears just from a cursory scan, it's been wildly successful in other jurisdictions in terms of spreading out the resourcing for this. That would be, I'd really like to hear more about that when we have the chance. As for co-ops, I mean, I hear a lot of people say, oh, we want to see more co-ops, but it's that chicken and egg of starting a co-op and getting it going is actually like an enormous amount of work. Is there any contemplation of community leagues as kind of facilitators of their own development in terms of housing co-ops or other programs like that? Has that come up, a neighborhood-driven housing strategy?
That hasn't come up for us, but we are looking at co-ops through the strategy. We know that the federal government's interested in renewing investment in co-ops, and we've been, talking a lot with the co-op associations in Alberta about what strategies might exist to support the development of more co-op housing. So it's something we're going to look at, but I think it's premature to be specific on the role of community leagues in that for us.
Okay, excellent, thank you. I also wanted to ask about just in general, like conditions. So, air conditioning now is becoming not a nice to have, but a must have, especially in the heat waves in the summer. You can face over 30 days, above 30. How are like condition quality in our units being considered?
In the units that the city's funding?
Or across the board in general, like do we need a city bylaw? Like, I believe we have something about how cold a building could be before it's condemned. Do we need something about how hot a building can be?
I think that would be a good conversation to have in the context of the climate resiliency question and the work that's happening around climate change adaptation, Councillor Jans. So we do, and I think the relation with us is on extreme weather and vulnerable populations. And so I would say that work is just sort of in its infancy, but that could be something that we would look at in the future. As I mentioned before, though, building codes are, provincially regulated, and as are the health standards around what makes a residence appropriate or not for human habitation. And so we would need to, it would be a more complex exercise in the city changing a policy necessarily.
Right, so this might be another advocacy area then, because I would hate to see us counting units for people, but that are uninhabitable. Finally, I saw references to co-location with transportation. That's excellent. I really appreciate that tie in there. And I think that was the extent of my questions, but I'll just blend in one comment. Again, like everyone else, my gratitude for the report and the considerations here. I was listening to a podcast talking about every city in North America is probably going to need to assume that they'll have between 100,000 and 1 million climate refugees over the coming decades from other parts of the world. So as we think about where Edmonton's positioned and how we will be slightly more resilient than other communities, definitely we need to think ahead now in terms of housing for all. And I certainly support the initiatives towards housing as a human right. So thank you again to administration and all of the partners who spoke, who shared, and who helped contribute to this enormous amount of work.
Thanks, Councillor Jans. And I'll just quickly say that you're correct in the portion of renter households. It is 36%. And to Councillor Wright's earlier question, the average rent for a 4-bedroom is $16.49.
Thank you. Councillor Salvador.
Yeah, thank you so much. Just want to pick up on some of the questions around accessibility that Mayor Sohi and Councillor Wright were asking. So I heard the comment that we would need to come at this from a policy lens. Have we ever contemplated having sort of a guiding policy on accessible housing?
Currently, we actually do look at some of the accessibility pieces and how we implement the different pieces of the strategy. So we look at accessibility within our applications for the AHIP grant process. And then also when we look about how we are working to build more accessible units, I know we brought in the Accessibility Council to talk through that with our shovel-ready group. And so to make it maybe more distinct within the policy is something we can look at, but it is being translated into the program offering. And so that's something that we will continue to do as well.
Okay.
And just to Councillor Salvador, to square that with my previous comments, there's just some subsegments that it's a tough nut to crack when it comes to, from our perspective, because we work through third-party providers, right? So we can only fund applications that are presented to us. And so I think what we're interested in is for some of these subsegments, how do we take a more proactive approach instead of hoping that the sector will propose, fully universally accessible or accessible housing? is there something that the city can do on a more proactive side of things to look at all the barriers around that and to try and put together a bigger package around things that could be put into place to support the development of more of this type of housing that meets the needs? And so that's one area that I could foresee us recommending that as a strategy, and the overarching strategy is really digging into the accessible housing, for example.
Right, right. And I guess would something that would be helpful then, sort of setting a standard, sort of setting a bar and expectations around accessible housing, so that it's not just hoping that those applications come to the table, but it's actually sort of requirement or stipulation that X number of units are universally accessible, barrier-free. Like, would that be part of that?
We have that currently, Councillor Salvador, so we would be looking at maybe expanding on that, if that makes sense. Because currently we align with CMHC on what they require in terms of minimum accessibility, but there may be an opportunity for us to look at expanding that further.
Expansion. Okay, fantastic. Okay, that sounds good. Thank you so much. Okay, and then I just wanted to go back to the folks from In With Forward who are with us today. You know, similar to the question I asked of End Poverty Edmonton, gave us a number of really fantastic ideas and practices that we have the opportunity to co-design and test with people who are currently living in the margins. So in your experience, I'm just wondering, do you get better learnings and changes started with one lever over another? You know, for example, is it easier to try a new role over changing laws and regulations? Yeah, could you speak to that?
Sure. Yeah, thanks for the question, Ashley. You know, it really depends on where the will is. We've had success working at all levels of the well-being framework in terms of the levers. I think in this case, a really great place to start is with grounded know-how, this idea that the knowledge and meanings you've heard from folks with lived experience. Unfortunately, I think a lot of these council settings are not conducive to really bringing folks in, and they want to be driving this. They don't want to be treated just the folks receiving support or receiving subsidy. They want to be equal partners at the table alongside nonprofit housing providers and others. So how we can start to elevate folks with lived and living experience as collaborators in this process, I think, is really key. And there's lots of concrete ideas and lots of energy and will amongst many of the folks you heard from 2 weeks ago to be part of these solutions. So that would be my suggestion of a place to start as you continue to strengthen the housing affordability strategy.
Yeah, absolutely. And I just makes me think of another question I'll ask of you, and then if there's time to admin as well. But how do we better recognize and support organic housing communities that don't fit into that traditional model, rather than focusing on the risks that they create? That's a big one for me.
Yeah, same. I mean, what I walked away as an ethnographer most inspired about was some of these natural communities forming. If you read the longer form ethnography, The House That Is More Than a House, seeing all of that organic natural support manifest and it being essentially criminalized. And so, you know, the way in which we support that, I think there's lots of room to help curate these kind of micro shelters, micro communities of practice. And there are, again, willing partners in the community who would love to be working with you on that.
Absolutely. And there are community members in my ward who have come to me with those types of solutions, who want to step up and be part of that as well. I'm out of time, but thank you for those answers.
Yeah.
Thank you. I'm sorry, I should have clicked in, but I'm going to take my second turn. So where from here? Like, there seems to be so many points of emphasis, and I, like, you know, because I build things, I sort of focused on the built form question. So as an example, it's my understanding that there is at times CMHC funding for accessible housing, but their requirements are so onerous, I would say, from a cost perspective, that often they're not achievable. You know, so I'm reminded of, and correct me if I'm wrong, but you know, an accessible housing unit would be something where the doorways are wider but are adjustable, that the counter heights can be lower but they can also be higher. And so you get into things that you know, move and stretch and adapt to depending upon the occupant of that unit. But to make them that adaptable is really expensive, and it kind of dies on the order paper. Is that as a generality, that happens at times, yes?
Yeah, absolutely. That is the barrier, is cost of construction for a lot of the universal standards, but I think that there are accessible standards, but I think that there is, there's probably middle paths. It just, we need to invest time and attention into looking at what makes sense.
Well, and I think there's been a reticence to gather all of the accessible units in one building or in one complex. So when we talk about, that we want to have a cross-section of all of these needs. So, a building that has one-bedroom units, but also four-bedroom units, that's accessible, but also, in a weird way, not accessible, or at least not adaptable, that is, that has supports around it, not necessarily centered in the building, but maybe centered in the building. I mean, there's so many different, like we talk about 60,000 units, but it almost feels that almost every unit is unique in terms of how it would be built. There's no standardization that allows economy of scale to allow, first and foremost, structures to be constructed or structures to be modified. Is that accurate?
Yeah, that's definitely part of the challenge. Like in some settings, it does make sense to replicate a building model over and over again for scale, right? Like we've seen that with our modular and supportive housing design. But absolutely, we need like a multiplicity of solutions because there's a multiplicity of needs, which stems from the fact that everybody is individual and unique. And so I think what a win in this strategy, what a win would look like for us would be if we could, advance the city's thinking in terms of seeing a multiplicity of solutions that we're engaged in supporting over the next 4 years. And in particular, if we can align those diversity of solutions with the highest needs, right, which is where we're getting from this. So I use the example of accessible housing just because that comes up as such a big need in the needs assessment. It's worth exploring further to see how we can help, meet that demand.
But those are big dollars. Like pick one thing, and it's dollars. It's significant dollars.
Yeah.
With all partners,
There's no question. I think the challenge, absolutely, we need the two orders of government as partners, and we know that it is a lot of investment, but we also know that with consistency and predictability and leadership from the city, we can have success, right? And that's what we saw. We took a gamble in the last 4-year plan with upfront investment from the city, which we hadn't done before, and a strategy that said if we support the creation of shovel-ready projects, that's how those investments from those other orders of government will flow. And that theory is borne out, right? So we exceeded our target over the last 4 years. So we know that it works, and we know that that's our best mechanism of influencing what's being built is when we're a partner at the table as well.
Are there other financial tools, and I guess I'm going to, well, maybe I won't suggest any. Okay, that's all my questions. Thank you. Starting the third round then, Councillor Tang.
Thank you so much. I guess I have just one last question for Inwood Forward. Being quite familiar with your work, you've done a lot of this over the last 5 years, focusing on people living on the margins. Have you noticed a trend over this period or a significant change since that time that will help us think about all Edmontonians having a home where they can thrive?
Yes, Karen. I mean, sadly, I'd say this. So we have done longitudinal ethnographic work for over 5 years with the city, and I'd say this round of ethnography was in many ways some of the toughest. That the 2 years of the pandemic are certainly having an effect, and folks' desperation, the sense of the visibility of folks that are struggling was greater than on any prior trip. And also people's need for that sense of agency and control, this sense that they've been especially powerlessness over the last little while really struck us. And at the same time that you felt that desperation, in desperation often comes lots of ingenuity. And so you did see these kinds of micro housing solutions popping up. And you saw folks that were really wanting to step in and be part of the collaborative process. So I think that is the opportunity space is, you got to start small and start big at the same time. And I think, part of the learning of doing this work has been the need to hold multiple things at once. That yes, building and increasing the supply is necessary, but if we only increase the supply, it's not going to work for most of the folks that we spent time with. Folks like Floyd, who have been in every single permanent supported housing in the city, have been evicted from every single one of them. Simply creating more of the same housing isn't the thing that folks were looking for. So I think we really need to honor what folks are looking for, which is that sense of being participating, having that agency, not being just cared for.
Yeah, appreciate that. And I think a lot of the themes that you are touching on too, when I read the individual stories in the end poverty one, I think it was very validating and reaffirming for some of those. I want to put it to administration. One of the next steps you have mentioned is that you will be assessing the feasibility of actions put forward in the ethnography. And there are a lot of ideas. How will you be doing that? How will you be assessing feasibility?
Thank you, Councillor. A part of that work will require support from the Recover team, which has experience working with With Forward on some of this work, and then assessing the feasibility in terms of number one, the fit into the strategy and the priority setting that we'll have to do, because of course there's more need than we can respond to, and also feasibility in terms of how we can roll it out in a draft implementation plan.
And I think earlier at the sort of the beginning, sort of this notion of kind of bringing the different streams together is something you also mentioned. Okay. I mean, we're going to get to it this afternoon, I think, with the encampment work. So I saw a lot of overlap just in terms of opportunities that came up, findings and themes. And it's actually reminiscent of some of this ethnographic research done 5 years ago for me personally. Will you kind of tie some of this work in with that research and design work?
There's certainly some possibility for that, and our intention has always been, knowing that this strategy and the needs assessment is going to be public, that a lot of our partners and our sector stakeholders would be able to use this information to also influence their program and service delivery, because a lot of the program and service delivery in the sector isn't done by the city, it's done by our partners. Yep. So for sure, that's a possibility.
Yeah, absolutely. I think there's one very specific example that I was kind of surprised to see, but the whole thing about the guest policy for tenants that came up in this research, it came up in the other one, and I'm just wondering there could be some synergy, right? And I guess sort of, I do have a motion that I like to put on the table. No, I actually have two motions. I'm going to put it on first, so I have 30 seconds. And happy to take feedback. That administration provide report to council providing an update on how the insights and opportunities from ethnography and social innovation methodologies with people with lived experience, in parentheses, attachments from End Poverty Edmonton and in With Forward, will inform next steps of strategy development with Phase 6, demonstrating that the voices and suggestions of those with lived experience are as influential in shaping future housing direction as service providers, engagement participants, and other levels of government. Due date Q1 2023.
So first of all, if we can get that on the screen.
Can we please get a copy of that somehow, either through the chat or otherwise?
I had sent that last night, but I will put it in the chat. And I'm happy to introduce it as well.
Okay, Councillor Tang, please proceed with introducing.
Okay. Again, very appreciative of this update that brings together, and summarizes engagement results, all the Edmonton housing research, the jurisdictional scan, and 2 ethnography reports. And I'm really, happy that administration really sought the stories and advice of people with lived experiences. And there's lots of research out there that demonstrates the benefit of lived experience in terms of just the engagement and involving people who can offer that unique insights, challenge assumptions, and pinpoint areas for change that, you know, I think a desktop jurisdiction scan might not necessarily get to. I am hearing two, you know, very distinct narratives in today's discussion and in the report. You know, not only in terms of how, you know, we see people who are affected versus how people see themselves, but also one about demand and supply and how we can provide better services as, you know, government, as NPOs, while versus the other one that's about empowering individuals in the system, breaking down barriers already there and enabling and facilitating organic communities in playing that supporting role. You know, I see different strategy suggestions in both of the lived experience reports, and it would be helpful to see where they converge and diverge in line with the other inputs, like the service providers' insights and suggestions. You know, while administration does refer to assessing the feasibility of these solutions and opportunities in phase 6, I don't see the lived experience voices reflected in the strategy, particularly the goals, the guiding principles, and how they will improve well-being. So I think it will be helpful to see as a checkpoint how administration resolves those divergences and what resource carries, just to make sure that the various resources do carry equal weight in these decisions.
So I believe there was a timeline, yeah, there we go, a due date suggested of first quarter 2023. So I'm just pointing that out for administration, not to respond right this instant, but to contemplate whether this work could be done over the next few months, given workloads. And secondly, perhaps we can all contemplate that this report and this discussion is in itself an interim check-in. So interim check-ins on interim check-ins is what's being suggested here. And I will be asking about whether we spend our time contemplating the work or writing reports. I'll go to Councillor Stevenson.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, maybe just on this motion to the mover, is this something that could potentially be highlighted in the housing strategy itself, or you wanted it to be something separate before the strategy is brought forward to us?
I think I'm just worried about, I don't want to, you know, months down the road, we get the strategy back and the lived voice and the lived experience are not embedded in the foundational elements to begin with. And so this check-in is just to want to see that being reflected.
Yeah, and I wonder to administration, because I really support your intent, but I wonder, does administration feel that this is something that they can make explicit and highlight when you come back with the strategy?
Thank you for the question, Councillor. Certainly, as noted today, that's absolutely the intention. There's a lot of ways that we would like to test the ideas, test the responses that we heard and that are presented here in the strategy. And so our intention would absolutely be to include those in the final report that's coming forward.
Okay, great. Well, I will leave it to the committee to handle the motion. I think my time did not get set properly. I think I've used a minute or two, but just to follow through some other, sorry, Mr. Chair, is it appropriate for me to ask just general questions not on the motion, or do you want to stay focused on the motion?
No, please ask questions on anything you like.
Okay, thank you. So just so I understand our process, so there is going to be budget requests coming forward, and that's going to be coming in advance of the strategy. So the budget ask is going to be a broad bucket that we may not have the the full details of exactly how many units or what types of units that will be going into. Is that, I mean, again, I think that's fine. I just want to make sure I'm understanding that process.
Yes, that's correct, Councillor Stevenson. We've designed the investment plan so that it's flexible to refine how it's implemented post completion of the strategy.
Perfect. And are we also going to be coming forward with a strategy with land contributions, like being really explicit about what that looks like and the value of that?
We do have a report coming back on that later this year as well. Yes.
Okay, great. Sorry. So maybe actually to Councillor Tang's point, I think that some of the ideas that I was reading through in the ethnographies were already happening in many ways. So I think some of the, I think of Niganan's group home model for folks experiencing addictions and FASD. So, I mean, my other question too is like, how do we take some of the solutions that are already happening, that are already working, and work to scale it up? I appreciate the discussion about maybe instead of leaving it more open, like actually putting out requests for proposal to design certain types of housing on city-owned property. But yeah, just wondering how we build on the successes that we've already had.
I think when it comes to incorporating the voices of lived experiences, if there are examples of, things that have been recommended for prototype where there already is a model that's similar, we could certainly bring those together to see if it does make sense or if there is need for further iteration. Councillor Stevenson, and that might be one way to highlight promising practices that haven't fully evolved into sort of standard way of operating at this point.
Great, thank you. Just want to pick up on two other threads I think that came out is just the importance of connectivity in the housing spectrum. Is our housing strategy also going to be looking at recommendations around, we've talked about discharge from corrections, discharge from hospitals into homelessness recipient. I think there's talking about point in time interventions. Can our strategy also be looking at if those are advocacy pieces or pieces for the city to bridge those gaps?
I think eventually, Councillor Stevenson, but for the purposes of the strategy we're talking about today, it is more focused on the affordable housing side. The city of Edmonton is also, our team is also working on a corporate homelessness plan, and there is a need for a new community plan to end homelessness. And I think that's where that conversation about releases from correctional institutions and hospitals into the community and homelessness needs to be situated as a starting point. But our goal is over the next 4 years to align all of this homelessness and housing stuff into one coherent strategy for sure.
Perfect. And maybe just like one lingering data gap. Again, I think that the studies were great. The housing needs, it's just so much clearer about what we need to be addressing. One thing that I still feel missing is a bit of a longitudinal understanding of people's experience coming in and out of homelessness. So even as Ms. Sherman was mentioning, someone who's been in PSH a number of times. For me, I worry about the number of people that have gone through Housing First a number of times. So are there ways that we can capture that? Because I think those gaps are much harder to see, but I think are really fundamental to resolving some of the cycles of homelessness that or housing insecurity that we're seeing.
Yeah, absolutely, Councillor Stevenson. And again, I think that the conversation belongs in that community plan around ending homelessness, but that in our preliminary discussions with Homeward Trust about what that could look like, that is absolutely identified as an input into that discussion is real analysis and data on recidivism, for lack of a better word, into homelessness, or people who are falling back into episodic homelessness, and what are the drivers behind that, or for people who housing solutions aren't supporting them. That's definitely going to be a topic of discussion. There's no question.
Perfect. Well, thank you so much. I have no idea where I am on my time, but those are all my questions. Really value the work, value and appreciate the work that's been done. I think we're headed in a really, really great direction, and I hope that you're moving forward with a very bold budget ask. That's something that I certainly hope to see at budget time. So thank you.
Thank you. Mayor Sohi.
Yeah, I really support the intent of the motion, because we often don't hear the voices of the people who are struggling, and we heard from them at the last meeting, and it was quite moving. And I also went through the encampment strategy where folks living in the living it up were consulted and talked to and listened to, right? I think so. It's very important work. I know it's new work, absolutely. So I really support this, and it's a work that we have to do and must do. My concern is the resources. Again, there are about 3 people in your area, right?
No, I count, or Mayor Sohi, we do have a large team, or a relatively large team in housing. There's close to just under 30 of us, but that whole team is dedicated to affordable housing and homelessness, and at least a third of them are working on operational matters related to compliance. And this year we wrote, 40 council reports.
Yeah, that's the people who are doing all these reports, and the resources are not corresponding to the needs that we are generating, right? So I absolutely, this needs to be done, absolutely. But can it be done in conjunction with the overall strategy being developed and provide interim update through a memo, how their work is going, right? That might be less work, right? And still achieves the same outcome to make sure that we know that work is being done, right? And because this has to be done. So is that possible?
Yes, that would be our recommended approach, Mayor Soe, because I want to be clear, like, for us, the lived experience engagement isn't ending because we've delivered this update and assessment. Like, and it's not going to end with the completion of the strategy. Like, I think it would be incumbent on us as administration to look at ways to incorporate lived experience engagement in an ongoing way. Through all of our work.
No, I really appreciate that, because lived experience must inform our policy, and we need to start recognizing lived experience as a form of expertise that we should be always looking for, because that's people's daily lives, and I'll maybe to the mover, would that be an appropriate approach, that we get a interim memo that gives us insight into if the work is being done. If not, then we can challenge administration on that, because my worry is that I don't want to delay the work on the strategy, recognizing limited amount of resources. I want to be ready for provincial budget. I want to be ready for federal budget, right? And a potential, there's going to be election in May. So I think my worry is that the lack of readiness for taking on some opportunities, maybe question to the mover.
Yeah, no, good question. And I think the word intention comes up a lot. And I think we have a lot of policies that are just embedded with good intentions, but they don't necessarily achieve the outcomes that we're hoping for. I think, if people want to go with a memo, you're more than welcome to amend it. The reason why I want to see a report is if this work is going to be done anyways, then, I'm not looking for anything as extensive as this round. And I think you've done a lot of work here. I think it could be a much shorter report. What report does is it opens the floor for that public dialogue, and people with lived experience can come. And for me, it's not just about giving people that opportunity to continue sharing their voice, which is absolutely critical, but I think it's also the commitment of this council to share power. And I think to me, that is kind of what's a little bit been missing in this whole conversation today. So I will stick with this motion, but I welcome any amendments people might have.
Councillor Principe.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My question is for Ms. Kajener. Councillor Stevenson had brought this up about the consideration of rent subsidy as opposed to building more capital. And you had mentioned that typically the municipalities don't contribute so much to rent subsidy as they do for land for affordable housing. But as a city, we've already kind of stepped out of that realm of just supplying land for affordable housing. So in order to possibly consider more rent subsidy, do you need council direction for that? Or is that something that if this report was to be received for information, would you still be considering rent subsidy as an option?
Councillor Principe, I think it would be helpful to have clear council direction if that's a path that you want us to go on, because it hasn't been our traditional practice, and it's consistent with our approach to not funding the operating costs associated with supportive housing. Those are essentially rent subsidies, and sort of the line has been we can do the one-time upfront investment piece, but the longer-term ongoing commitment has not been something that our municipality has been prepared to commit to in the past. And so I think council direction would ultimately be needed. But when it comes to the strategy in front of us today, certainly we could look at if there are examples of municipalities doing rent subsidies in Canada and what some of the bands or parameters might be around that. That is something we could maybe look at. But I think council direction would ultimately be needed to direct us to expend the housing reserve that way.
Okay, thanks for letting me know about that. And then I just wanted to talk a little bit about the mixed market housing. Although I think it's a good concept, how successful is it? what is the number of mixed housing units that we have in Edmonton?
I don't know if I don't have that at my fingertips. We can get that for you, Councillor Principe. I can note that like all of Home Ed's portfolio basically is mixed income. They are on a mixed income model. So that's, about 1,200 units currently. And there's a number of other providers that are engaged in mixed income, but I just don't have that in front of me. Like anything that was funded through our grant program in a private development is usually mixed income also. So we could pull that from our inventory. I just don't have it handy.
Yeah, that's no problem. That would be great. If you could let me know the number of mixed market housing units and how many of those units are below market, how many of those units are at market, and how many of those at market units are unoccupied. Because that might be something that we need to look into further. If we have unoccupied units and we have such a long list of people waiting for housing, I think there's a disconnect there. Maybe we need to look into that a little bit further. So thank you. That's it for me, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Did you want to respond to that, Ms. Gajan, or no?
I would just offer that we don't maintain like live vacancy tracking of every unit of housing that we've funded. However, but I think we could put together a memo that would give you some useful information if that makes sense.
Point in time.
Yeah, that's great. Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you, Councillor Principe. Councillor Salvador.
Thank you. I'll be brief. Well, thank you for bringing this forward, Councillor Tang. Yeah, very, very supportive of being explicit about our commitment to centering lived experiences as just a foundational element of this work. I just wanted clarity from administration then. I guess, will this be part of our housing team's sort of core business then, is centering those lived experiences? And just as a follow-up to that, I just look at the various opportunities that were outlined and brought up through the reports, and I'm just thinking about capacity and ability to take on those various opportunities, and if we are expecting to see something at budget that would actually give you the tools and capacity you need to fulfill that.
Councillor Salvador, absolutely how we honor the input that's been provided to date by people with lived experience in the strategy is top of mind for phase 6. There's no question about that. But then also going forward, I think the strategy will also need to articulate how we maintain that connection in an ongoing way as well. So yes, that would be embodied in the strategy.
Okay. And as part of that, there would be ties to resourcing and any additional resourcing that would be needed in order to fulfill that.
Yes, absolutely. I think our plan with the strategy is to also have an implementation plan, and so we would identify areas through that plan of where further resources are required to be able to implement.
Okay, excellent. Thank you for that. And just a related question, I think it was really, really fantastic that we were able to find a format that allowed us to hear from folks with lived experience. And I'm wondering how can we continue to do that going forward? Would there need to be additional direction given? Because I just found that so incredibly valuable. I want to make sure that's embedded as part of our process going forward when we're having these discussions.
Thanks, Councillor. We can certainly try to do that, and we've learned from our consultants, Ms. Schulman and her team. We're able to put that together in a really seamless way. And I also think that we should do that, but that it's not necessarily a simple and easy process every time. And we want to be conscious of, as well, the potential burden and fatigue we might be putting on people with living experiences as we do that.
Yeah, absolutely, and that's something that's top of mind too, and being really cognizant of, folks having to share what is often traumatic experiences as well. That's something to be mindful of. But yeah, like I said, very supportive of this approach that Councillor Tang's put forward. So I will yield the rest of my time. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions of administration or the delegation on either the motion or anything embedded in the report? So this is a recommendation to council, yes. So speaking to the motion? Mayor Sohi?
Yeah, thank you so much. I'm going to speak to the broader report. In a way, we heard very clearly that there's a huge demand for affordable housing in Edmonton that will continue to grow. And if we don't take actions and don't have a strategy in place that can help us mobilize our city resources, private sector resources, work with provincial and federal governments, we will not be able to provide adequate affordable housing for close to 59,000 households. And large number of them are going to be from indigenous communities, from racialized communities, people who live with disabilities and other challenges. And many of them are going to be renters living on income that is between $15,000 per year to that $35,000 range. So these are the people whose needs are the greatest. And if we are unable to move forward in a coordinated way, we would not be able to make a dent. I really appreciate the leadership of our administration, the work that has been done in the past, and previous council being proactive and making a decision to allocate city resources that enabled us to tap into some of the federal support and be ready for shovel-ready projects. I think that's kind of approach that we need to leadership that we need to provide as a municipality. And so look forward to the work being done. Affordable housing, as I mentioned earlier, we need to shift our thinking around it. We need to make sure it's integral as we build other infrastructure, and we need to have that kind of approach. As I said earlier, we don't think twice about whether we need to build roads to accommodate growth. We don't think twice whether we need to expand LRT or public transit or fire halls or recreational centers. But we do this stop, go, pass approach to affordable housing. And that's why we have huge gap, and we need to shift our thinking, because affordable housing directly ties to people's ability to participate in the economy. People's well-being is tied to it. Equity is absolutely fundamental. Housing is absolutely fundamental to achieving equity, because I believe that the anti-racism work that we're doing, the reconciliation work we're doing, directly ties to housing. Without housing, we will not be able to achieve those outcomes. So I really appreciate, look forward to the work and the strategy coming to us. I'll support this motion from Councillor Tang, because I absolutely believe in listening to lived experiences. Yes, it may cause some concerns on resources. Maybe administration would have to come back as part of budget deliberations for asking for more resources, so this kind of work can be done, and these kind of reports can be generated and worked on, and learn from some of the experiences that we heard from the people who came to speak to this committee a couple of weeks ago. So I'll support this. I think a lot of work needs to be done, but we need to be ready. We absolutely need to be ready to take on the opportunities that will come our way from the provincial government as well as from the federal government. So yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Sohi. So I want to first of all express gratitude for the reports in front of us and all of the information that's been gathered. I think it's really valuable work, very intense work, and represents a considerable amount of time and effort by the administrative team here. So that's really important to acknowledge, and thank you for that. It's clearly a marker in time, and we have a lot to do. And as Mayor Sohi said, I think that we need to be ready for other opportunities. I think that we've talked about the resources that the City of Edmonton has and has put forward on these files, but we tend to talk about staff time and personal energy that we put forward. We talk about dollars that we put forward. One of the resources that the City of Edmonton has is land. And and Mayor Sohi also made reference to partnerships with other levels of government and the private sector. And so on the question of land and partnerships with the private sector, I'm going to remind my colleagues of this very conversation this time tomorrow when we talk about land and partnerships with the private sector, because there's real opportunities there. And I want us to really consider what we can do with all of the resources we have at our fingertips. This is a continuum of work in a continuum of need. And I think that we're all profoundly affected by the feedback of those that came to speak to us a couple of weeks ago. And I think the motion on the floor suggests that administration heard that and saw that and participated in that, but won't necessarily consider that as they continue their work. I look at the time and effort that has gone into all of this work. Ms. Congener just remarked a moment ago that 40 reports have been provided to council from this department. 40 reports. All of those reports, which must go up and down and sideways through the leadership team to be approved, to be vetted, to be reworked and reworded before they arrive here. It's a monumental effort to put a report in front of council. And so to essentially instruct this team to stop and report on how they will reflect on all the things we heard 2 weeks ago and prepare that report for council at the same time that they're preparing all of the budget documents that we need for council is simply going to mean this report is not coming very early in the new year, maybe towards the end of the first quarter. And will only have the purpose of delaying all of the work that we want to see done on this continuum until this report is received and discussed and debated and comes to committee and then goes to council again. All this motion does, and the report arising from it does, is delay the work. And I'd much rather have our team go do the work, knowing full well that they're going to consider everything we all heard from those expressing their lived experience, than to report on that. So I cannot support this, purely from a process perspective. And I would much rather we allow this team to get on with getting on. Thank you. Go to Councillor Wright.
Thank you very much. Yeah, with the motion on the floor, I'm not in support of it either. I was considering a friendly amendment to change it over to a memo, which is what I think was suggested by administration. I do think this is work that is ongoing, and as Councillor Cartmel has said, I don't think the work should be stopped just to write another report. There does seem to be a lot of duplication and redundancy, I think, in some of the things that are being requested, and I do think that administration is taking it into account as they move forward with the rest of the report and recommendations. So I'm sorry, I cannot support it at this time.
Thank you. Councillor Stevenson.
Yeah, thank you so much. I think that this motion and a lot of the questions today are just evidence of, the housing team being a victim of its own success. I think the work that you have done has been so incredible, and it's raised such huge expectations for us and our community. So, take the committee's point. I don't have a vote here on this particular motion, but just did want to reflect on the fact that the work that was done to reach out to get the voices of those with lived and living experience is exceptional work. And this is just building on that, wanting to see it go even further. So appreciate all the work that's gone into all of the reports. I'm, again, very much looking forward to the budget ask coming forward. I hope that it is very bold, and of course look forward to further discussions around the strategy. I feel you are thinking about all the right things, weaving all the right threads, including the lived experience, including working with service providers, other orders of government. It's really exciting to see that come together, and I think fundamentally that's what we need to do with our housing strategy, is weave all of those together to create a more successful approach in our city. So thank you so much for all the work.
Thank you. Anyone else like to speak before I go to Councillor Tang to close? Too late.
Oh, hi, this is Pam.
No, I'm sorry. No, I'm sorry. Pardon me. Only councillors can speak to things at this point. Thank you, though. I appreciate your enthusiasm. Councillor Tang to close, then.
Great. Thank you, and I appreciate my colleagues challenging me on this. Just a quick story to begin. Not too long ago, I was at a Africa Day gala, and I was actually really inspired by the keynote speaker, Dorothy Katuba, who is an Edmonton filmmaker, who said, "Stories have the power to humanize us. It's what makes us human, but we need to have the courage to listen and to tell those stories." And I actually can't think of a better words to describe what I've experienced through this report. And I'll just add that it's not only the courage to listen and tell stories, but also the courage to develop policies that reflect these stories, and also ultimately to share power with those most affected. And that's quite another thing compared to, engagement, in my opinion. Currently, we have two narratives going on, like I mentioned, in our housing approach, and I think they're both incredibly important. I'm not super worried at this point in the direction, in the strategy for the dominant narrative around the supply and service provision. I know that we have enough information, enough advocacy, and intend to advocate that we'll get there. I am a bit worried about where exactly will the lived experiences live. Sharing power also means informing and guiding the direction and strategy level, and not just merely at later stages. I'm not talking about stopping this work or delaying this work. I rather make sure that those feedback and perspectives and experiences are fully reflected. Currently, if I look at the goals and the guiding principles in the foundational document, they're very service delivery focused. And I think that's absolutely a critical part of the picture. But that's not the only part of the picture. Perhaps it's just about the need to expand upon, the tables that we see in these documents to also reflect the themes of agency, belonging, participation, and well-being, alongside of affordability, accessibility. And so, I think when I read through the stories, and then when I kind of juxtapose it against the data that we have, the fact that we're building permanent supportive housing that are still not yet open, I'm struggling with the fact that, yes, absolutely, we're stepping up as a builder. But on the other hand, we have people who are actually housed, who have learned to navigate the system, and they've to achieve their own sense of and definition of well-being. Yet their interaction with formal systems has only resulted in eviction and life back in shelters and streets, where they're very clear about not wanting to be at. And that piece, to me, has been, I guess, a gap that I'm actually very confused about. How are the formal systems facilitating towards well-being? And so I guess my goal with this is to, it's for twofold. This is both and. I'm glad to hear consistently that, the lived experience will be reflected in the final result. Great, then hopefully this doesn't generate that much more work or new work. And at the same time, I think we need to continue to open up those dialogue for folks to come forward to challenge the assumptions we may have as government, to continue towards shifting mindset, and to make sure that we have their stories top of mind. I think, today, when we lack the public speakers, I'm noticing a very distinct difference in the conversation, as it wasn't exactly how I thought it was going to turn out. So, I've thought about this motion long and hard. I've gotten feedback that our administration is so busy writing those 40 reports that they're not necessarily engaging with people on the ground. And so, no, of course I don't want to see that. But at the end of the day, if people are not reflected at the strategy and the direction level, I rather flag that earlier than later, and which might potentially set the work back further. And I think the last thing I'll just say is we can keep talking about supply, we can keep talking about building, and I think, you know, to meet the needs of 59,000 people. Oh, actually, you know what? I'm done. Sorry.
Okay, please vote.
We have all the votes.
Please display the vote. And that is defeated. Which returns us then to the recommendation in the report.
I'll move the recommendation.
Thank you, Mayor Sohi. Anyone that wishes to speak to the recommendation or that motion? Did you want to introduce it? Very quickly.
I think we've been talking about this. I think I spoke to it, right? And I just don't have more to say other than looking forward to the work being done.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else to speak? Please vote on receipt of information.
We have all the votes.
Please display the vote. And that is carried. That takes us to our noon break. I believe that there may be a subsequent motion to this report when we come back at 1:30. And then we'll move on to today's agenda, starting with the homelessness and the encampment update. We do have 4 speakers on that item, so we'll be hoping to hear from you shortly after 1:30 when we reconvene. Thank you. See you at 1:30.